is the review and approval of minutes from March 6th and April 4th. Can I get a motion on the minutes of March 6th?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the minutes of March 6th as written.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Can I get a motion on the minutes of April 4th?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we adopt the minutes of April 4th as written.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. We'll get these, we're going to be catching up on these quickly, and if we could get some help to make sure that they get on the school website. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the review of current design concepts. I'm going to turn it over to Scott.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We have a number of things to cover, so we'll roll right into it. I know also that the committee has a number of items on their agenda. At the last meeting, we talked about that we would be presenting in more detail the proposed exterior materials for the three buildings. So tonight, we have some information associated with that. The chairman did ask that we place samples of all of these materials here in Town Hall last week. So for anyone who, on the committee who want to take a look at those, these boards have been in Town Hall, so some of you may have seen them. But as part of the meeting, we're going to go ahead and review them both for the audience and for the visitors who are attending tonight. We've talked all along about there being three major proposed products for these buildings, wood, and I'm speaking specifically with regard to the Cuniff and the Hosmer at the moment. We've talked about a wood composite material. We've talked about a metal shingle material as a siding. We sometimes say cladding product, but we're talking about the exterior material that gets applied to the building. So if I use the word cladding, forgive me, it's an architectural term that I shouldn't be using, but the side, essentially a product that gets applied to the side of the building. And we've talked about wood composite for that, we've talked about metal shingle for that, and we've talked about what's referred to as a thin veneer stone, which is a real stone. It's just thinner in order to avoid absorbing moisture and then to greatly reduce its impact on the environment in terms of the weight that has to be transported and the amount of natural resource that has to be utilized, et cetera. And we would describe all three of these materials as keeping with a sustainable direction in terms of the architecture, and we would describe them all as being consistent with sort of an innovative building palette that you would see, meaning a group of materials that you would see typically on a sustainable or net zero building that is contemporary to this time period. We choose them for a variety of different reasons that we're going to talk about, but I just want to point out that in terms of the composition of the wood composite, for example, this product came out of what was previously a decking product, and all the manufacturers involved in that industry realized that for decades they had produced a composite decking product that had evolved significantly in terms of its wear resistance and its ability to resist the sun, and with people literally walking on it all the time, taking maximum abuse. And so a few years ago, they began introducing a slight variation of this product as a cladding product, a product you put on the exterior of the building. So it does come in a variety of different forms, and I have a couple of full-size samples there, if anyone would like to take a look at it. They're a little bit heavy, so. And we want to clarify that this particular product can be installed in a variety of different ways. One piece is shaped to be a shiplap product that would literally overlap, and you can see in this image we're showing the shiplap version of the product. And one product has a square edge, or just a squared off edge to it. They both represent composite exterior wood siding. We had made a final decision on which one we would utilize, or even which manufacturer we would utilize. There are many of them. But with the square edge product, you do keep a small gap between the boards such that it serves as what we often refer to as a rain screen, which simply means the exterior product is designed to stop a lot of the moisture that would be coming at the exterior wall, but not all of the moisture. And we designed the exterior wall so that if a small amount does get behind that product, it just drains out. There's a rubber membrane that gets applied behind the product. Any moisture just drains right out. And we often refer to that, even if it's metal, we often refer to that as a rain screen, meaning it's only trying to screen off the rain. It's not physically trying to keep all of the moisture from coming in. And we've included some, there's certainly numerous examples. We've included some images of other schools, other buildings that utilize those, and a few of the sustainability criteria. With most of these products, they're utilizing anywhere between 85 and 95% of pre-consumer and post-consumer recycled content, so it's got actual recycled woods and plastics in it. And so that certainly helps a lot. And then in terms of its amount of waste that's diverted, that helps a lot. And as we work towards a LEED, we're constantly looking for these kind of products, not just on the exterior of the building, but on the interior of the building as well. The second product is a metal shingle product. And this is not necessarily a new technology. It's just that it's become so efficient to manufacture it and produce it and so easy to change the size, shape, and configuration that it's become a very popular exterior cladding product, again, because it's very lightweight. So the production and shipping cost is low and low impact. And then certainly it's completely recyclable. The product can be metal, it can be aluminum, it can be stainless steel. If it's metal, we would be specifying a coating, what's referred to as a Kynar coating or finish to encapsulate it. If it's a natural stainless steel, clearly we wouldn't have to coat that if that was the look we were looking for. If it was aluminum, we have a couple of samples of that product as well. This happens to show a larger, what's referred to as a diamond shingle pattern. You can see in the lower left here, we show a diamond shingle pattern. And so we've just configured these three shingles to give you a sense of the shadow lines that are created by those. This kind of product is often utilized when you want some texture to the exterior building finish. You can see, for example, here, it's a diamond with a scallop edge. Sorry about that. But it's not a pure diamond, but the photo demonstrates how much texture we can get out of that product, and so that's why we've included the image. I would point out that you can get these in smaller sizes, so this isn't necessarily the size we would propose. In fact, this scale is slightly larger than we would propose for most of the areas that we're proposing to utilize it on the building, but it gives you a sense of the shadow lines. This is actually a painted finish, but as I mentioned earlier, you could get this exact same shingle in stainless steel. You could get this exact same shingle in aluminum. You can get it in a lot of different kinds of products, all of which are very sustainable and recyclable and have a lot of the advantages that we are describing here. We'll probably leave this sample here tonight if any of the building committee members would like to take a closer look at it. I will pass around some metals that are representative of the kind of finishes that we could get with this product. I would point out we can also get this product in a color finish. There are some areas of the building that we've proposed a bit of color, and so there's an endless variety of color finishes that we can also get on this product. And then we've talked about utilizing some natural stone, particularly around the base of the building and for a couple of accents that we've shown in the exterior design renderings. Stone is obviously a natural material. In this case, we're trying to get something very durable close to the base. We also just like the idea of coming out of the ground with a natural material at the lower part of the building. This, we're proposing the thinner set stone, the thin stone, because it gives you the complete look of stone and real stone with significantly less transportation costs. Transportation costs is a big part of the way LEED evaluates these materials, so you'll hear us talk often about the weight of the material. They want to see low impact with regard to the transportation, not just the production of the material, but the shipping of the material, the installation of the material, and ultimately the ability to recycle or reuse that material and its longevity. So we do have a couple of examples of the stone. I would say with all of these products, we're not proposing a specific color. That would not be selected until we know the exact manufacturer, because keep in mind that with this being a public project and publicly bid, we have to open up the bid to multiple manufacturers, and all of them vary their color palette slightly. So we wouldn't be, although we would know the range we're in, we wouldn't be selecting a specific color until we actually were rolling into construction and starting to get some of those submittals on the actual products that the subcontractor or contractor or construction manager is utilizing. This is an actual product sample of the stone. Again, I'm going to pass this around. Don't focus too much on the color, although in all the renderings we show sort of an earthy tone, and we show very much an orthogonal stone, meaning we don't show a very ragged edge to it. We show it as being a cut stone that keeps a very even grid and is consistent in terms of its profile in all of the renderings and in terms of the way we think about the stone. But it could be a little larger, and then it could certainly vary in color. But this is the correct depth of a thin set stone. So that's the reason you get the significantly reduced weight on this kind of product. And just as a reminder, with the Conif exterior rendering, for example, that's taken from the street entrance. When we think about where these materials occur, the composite wood would be in any location that we're showing that hue of brown in the horizontal lines. That's representative of the proposed wood composite area. And then we're utilizing the metal in some cases to accent pieces of the academic classroom, as you see here. And then in some cases, we're using it in feature areas, like we are around the Learning Commons and the Library Media Center, here with the projection on the street. And then the stone is more limited in that we utilize it as a pilaster at the entrance to sort of anchor that entry facade and the entrance to the building. And then we use it down low in other areas of the building where the building meets the ground. In some cases, only a few inches, 12 to 18 inches. In some cases, like the first floor facade here and some of the pilasters here, we're proposing that it come up slightly more and be utilized in greater quantities. And you can see in the rendering image it a little better than you can where we identified in this image. You can see a low area here, even around the front of the building. Dining area, you can see we're going back to the shingle. We know we may need to pull this up slightly. Sometimes, Paul's pointed out, and it's certainly true, especially if we go to one of the more metallic shades and not a natural metal instead of a painted finish. we have to be a little cautious about this surface warming up to the touch. So we've pulled it up in a lot of locations for that reason. With the Hosmer exterior, again, the same thing, same materials. You'll see the metal shingles up high here, and for some accent areas, you'll see the composite wood located here. And then you'll see the stone utilized around the base of the building at the Hosmer. Because those three materials are consistent with the Hosmer and the Cunniff, it might be good to pause and just answer any questions associated with that.
Paul?
Scott, I have some small concerns with each, just
Sure.
little things. You heard my concern about the heat transfer with the panels. They do dent. It says it right here that they do dent, and I think it would be a challenge if one of those shingles was dented in the middle of the field of shingles for a maintenance person to change it out. It says it can be changed out. I'm not sure the way they lock into each other, how you would get to one dented in the middle of the field. Small concern, but, and it will scratch with metal, but it's a solid color, I'm assuming, so you won't see it scratched. With the wood, what you have on the panel up there looks like a solid color straight through, and what you passed around was obviously a clad because the color interior was different. So if that gets damaged, it's going to show the difference in color. It seemed like the ones that went by us here were wrapped, and that one there is the same, the internal parts are the same.
Yes. The way the composition of it, the way the core of it is made is different by manufacturer. Certainly, if we wanted to specify a solid color core, we could do that. We'd have to do a little bit more research. Off the top of my head, I can't remember how many of the manufacturers do the solid color core, which is what you're referring to.
Right.
So we could certainly continue to have a conversation around the manufacturers there if we wanted that solid core. In most instances, we're trying to get the metal high enough, with regard to your comment about denting, but certainly we would be conscious of that as well.
Okay, and then the last, with the stone, it mentions it has low maintenance as long as it's installed properly, which I'm assuming it will be, and it's sealed. So we want to make sure that we get it sealed as part of the project and not
Sure.
left behind without it being sealed. But as far as the stone product itself, I have I just used it on my house, and it's a great product. It really looks sharp.
Looks real.
And it's
Well,
really nice.
because it is real.
Yeah, it's really a great product. I'm going to go back and look into the sealing of my own.
Steve?
I just had a quick question. Is there any significant R-value difference in the three exterior materials, or is really all the requirements and benefits you get of R-value all in the building envelope, and all of this is just kind of extra on the outside?
98% of the R value is going to be in the rest of which we're going to talk about a little bit, which is going to be in the rest of the composition of the wall, not in the rain screen or cladding or whatever that finished material is that we put on the outside.
Is there a significant difference between the three? Do you know?
No.
Maybe it doesn't
No,
matter.
it would be very, very negligible. Be very negligible.
Anyone else? John?
So what's the kind of maintenance requirements and lifespan for these products?
Sure. Most of them fall into a 25-year material warranty range in terms of the actual warranty. And I think sometimes people are surprised by that. But one of the things that must be considered is with this building, for example, the most vulnerable component typically on a building is the roof. And the roof that gets applied here will have a 20-year warranty. And so, and it's the kind of roof, when we talk about a low slope roof and we're utilizing a rubber membrane system or a PVC membrane system, that's the kind of low slope roof you would see all over Watertown. There's not sort of a better technology. So that roof is going to be a 20-year roof system. The window system is going to be a 10-year window system, for example, by warranty. So all of these products are going to fall within that realm in terms of warranty. They're all going to be about the exterior cladding products are all going to be about 25 years. The finish is going to be longer on something like the shingle, but the actual product warranty is going to be around 25 years.
So the warranty, I mean, do you expect them to last longer than that, or? I mean,
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I would hope.
yeah,
Right.
yeah. But keep in mind that it's also important to understand, for example, one of the things with a sustainable building that uses these kind of innovative materials is this theory that you're not making the exterior cladding so permanent that you couldn't easily change it or easily replace it. And we're going to talk a little bit about that attachment. But the idea, for example, the photovoltaic industry already says that within 10 years, they feel confident they're going to have a photovoltaic shingle that really works. There's one now, but it's not very efficient, et cetera, et cetera. So when we think about the exterior of this building, we want to be conscious of the fact that we don't want to make it so permanent that it's hugely expensive if you have a chance to take advantage of some other technology. We also don't want to make it so permanent that if you needed to replace it, it wouldn't be cost or labor prohibitive. For example, when you think about just the Cunniff as an example, that's about 18,000 square feet of cladding. And in real dollars today, it's probably $12 a square foot. So that would mean in dollars today, that's $220,000 on a $30 million building to get a complete upgrade to that, for example, if in 25 years you plan for your roof to be replaced at certain intervals. And I think these products and their manufacturers would all tell you they're going to last a lot longer than the warranty. But when we think about sustainability and innovative building products on the exterior, we also think about them in terms of not making them so permanent that you couldn't continue to follow the innovative technology that's available in, say, 25 years.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Leo?
So, Scott, I just wanted to dig in specifically into this plastic wood composite a little bit. I'm familiar with these products in terms of their decking materials, Trex decking and others, very high-end products on the market. But I do know that in terms of cladding materials, the manufacturer's product offerings vary greatly, and their performance varies quite a bit. How do we go about controlling that? Because we obviously want the best stuff, right, or near the best stuff, but yet we have to have 3 bids. So are we doing that by controlling the warranty length? How do we go about doing that and avoiding suffering a lesser product than we deserve?
I think we go about it with writing a very detailed specification around the product content, the duration that it's been around, the technical specifications for it, just like we were referring to the solid core color composition on this one of the samples that we were taking a look at. Even though we have to allow multiple manufacturers, we don't have to allow any manufacturer. And I think as all of the major producers of this kind of product that were in the decking market for decades now have gone into the cladding market, I think it would be really easy to isolate 3 of those that were high quality and name those as our 3 product equals and make sure we got one of those.
Yes.
And then regarding the system that you're actually connecting to, I saw in a detail in this that you're connecting directly to, what is it, a wood batten structure? Or how are you supporting this shingle
Sure.
condition?
No, it's a good question.
And the reason I ask is because that also varies, right, greatly per manufacturer. So it has to relate to one another, and the details have to relate to one another in order to execute it properly. I know you're probably very familiar with it, so if you could just kind of run us through it.
Sure. Our exterior wall composition, and this is a section cut through the exterior wall as we're proposing for both the Hosmer and the Cuniff. And the gray area that you see, and it's got blue with cross-hatching on it, overlapping it, but the gray area from this line to this line represents that exterior metal stud. We call it cold form metal framing. It's a structural gauge stud that literally forms the structural exterior wall for the building. And then against that, we would apply what's referred to as a composite board, meaning it's composed of both rigid insulation, which is the light blue area, 2 inches thick, that you see in this diagram, and then it will have a 5/8 inch or 3/4 inch, depending on what we specify, plywood nailer board attached to it. So the entire board is glued together. The insulation and the plywood nail board is glued together. And that's why they call it composite board. It's the wood and insulation composite. That comes in, as you know, large sheets. They get applied to the metal stud. And then against that, we would apply a membrane. And there are a variety of different manufacturers for that product, but think of it as a very thick, very elastic membrane that becomes the air and vapor barrier and the moisture barrier for that wall. And then against that, we would apply either the shingle or the composite wood, depending on the location. Now, you nail the shingle directly to that air and vapor barrier. The composite wood is generally placed on a batten strip, which is a 1/2 to 1/4 inch thick that runs vertically, that brings that composite wood a 1/2 to 3/4 inch off of that membrane and allows any moisture that gets behind it to come right out from behind the board. But the idea is that this plywood nail board becomes a very solid surface whereby which, if you ultimately wanted to remove the shingles and replace them, you've still got that very solid substrate as the attachment. With the composite, as you point out, by manufacturer, and depending on how we specify it, the attachment of the composite can range from face screwed with screws that bury themselves into the face and sort of disappear and make just a small dimple, or they make invisible clips that will hold all of that in place. And you can see the notch in the shiplap style siding that we would utilize. But until we decide on the exact 3 manufacturers, we wouldn't know what kind of attachment system we were specifying for the wood composite.
So I have just a few more technical questions about the section, but I'll take them offline. Maybe we can just do a little back and forth on that. But essentially, what I want to make sure, is that open or closed cell spray foam on the inside?
On the inside, it would be closed cell spray foam.
Okay, so you have a closed cell spray foam vapor barrier on the inside?
Well, the real vapor barrier to this wall occurs right here.
I guess my point is that if this is closed cell, that's a vapor barrier line. And then there's another vapor barrier line out here?
It depends. When we do the analysis on this, if it shows that the dew point of that wall gets trapped inside the rigid insulation, for example, we would want that to be open cell. In the past, the analysis has shown that it occurs far enough out that we don't have to worry about it getting trapped in there. But I understand your point that you want to make sure the spray foam insulation inside the stud doesn't become a second air vapor barrier.
Essentially, yeah. I mean, I just want to make sure that the town has the opportunity to review these details and dialogue with you a little bit about it.
Sure. Once, and I know the building committee has plans to hire a commissioning agent, but I would point out that presumably, and typically, when we go through this process, the commissioning agent becomes, part of their scope of work is to take a really detailed look at exterior wall composition, exterior details, flashing details to make sure that they believe, and not that we wouldn't want any of the building committee members to participate in that process well, but they're also part of your belt and suspenders in making sure that they're comfortable with those kinds of things.
Great, okay, thank you. And in regards to the stone product, this is a cast stone, correct? This is more of like a concrete that's cast to look like stone?
That's real cut stone.
Oh, it
They
is?
do,
Okay, thanks.
yeah, they do make you raise a good point, though. They do make manufactured stone that we have sometimes used on buildings because they can utilize a higher recycled content, and every once in a while, it helps us out a little bit on lead. So we haven't necessarily ruled out the possibility of at least talking with the building committee about a manufactured stone, but these are all actual cut real stone.
Great, and I heard you mention just briefly a little while ago that these metals you're generally keeping higher on the buildings because they heat up, is that what I heard you say?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
They can heat up. If we end up in we wouldn't want to go too highly reflective with the metal, but if we end up in a more reflective zone, like the brushed stainless steel, for example,
These are pretty highly reflective.
yeah, of those samples, that's the most highly reflective. We would want to be more cautious the more reflective the material is in terms of how far off the ground it is. With the painted finishes, because, for example, the silver, you can make the finish look very reflective and it still be a painted finish. They can do a silver metallic that looks very metallic. With those painted finishes, they remain cooler by default than a natural metal finish, so it will be something we certainly want to consider when we specify the final finish to whatever metallic shingle we're utilizing.
Okay, great. I'm glad that we can kind of consider those down the road. I'm just a little concerned about the reflectivity, as you mentioned, and not just for the children, but the neighbors.
Sure.
Thanks.
Any other questions on the committee? Any member of the public want a question on the exterior finishes? Okay, Scott, back to you.
With regard to the Lowell exterior, I think everybody's familiar with this rendering. We want to point out where some of the components, we want to talk about materials, but we also want to point out where some of the components of the building come from in terms of the precedents or things we're trying to borrow. I know Leo had expressed a concern about some of this, so we've tried to backtrack a little bit and talk a little bit more about what the connections are between the existing building and the proposed addition. I know we said it before, but certainly with the addition, and maybe just a little more backtracking to comment on the massing, and I know we've talked a little bit about this, but when we proposed this as the location for the addition, there are a handful of reasons for that. We certainly, it represents the newest portion of the building. It represents the space in the building where we're introducing, we feel, the most innovative learning areas in terms of thinking about creating 21st century spaces, because we had the ability to create the learning commons here. So there's a 2-story volume here that includes the learning commons that is surrounded by classrooms. And so it is intentionally placed here to take advantage of the views out, but also to be expressive of the new learning environment that's being created as part of this renovation and addition. in order to give it some relationship to the existing building, we've done things like carry the existing cornice and entablature around the top of the addition. And we've done things like borrowing the engaged pilasters that exist between the windows from the existing building. We also have created a base, a plinth or a base, if you will, for this portion of the building. You can see on this addition, we're projecting the first floor level out just slightly from the remainder of the building, so that we can place that water table or that stone cap at the top of that base, which is very similar to the way the existing building sits on a bit of a base or a plinth on the hill. And so we borrowed a little bit of that at the base of this building, of the addition, to give it a little bit of prominence. And then you can see best, it occurs on both sides of this addition, but you can see it best on this side of the addition, where we've got a transition piece from the brick building with the punched openings to the remaining portion of the new addition, still carrying the entablature around. But for us, it was kind of a transition from punched openings to slightly larger punched openings to the addition. And then you can see here where the one element, I think that we didn't shy away from suggesting that this addition was attempting to be slightly contemporary, but borrow enough of the traditional or classical elements from the existing building that it still remained in harmony with that building. In the end, the primary element that's really more of a contemporary element would be the way we've handled the windows in this structure. Clearly, with the darker mulls and the larger glass openings, that is more of, the window itself, certainly more of a contemporary element in the way we've approached the addition. But it was intentional in trying to balance the two, meaning the two being this statement about the innovative learning piece inside and being a little bit contemporary with it, and then but remaining in harmony with the traditional building. And then at the base of those pilasters, we've borrowed the base pilaster detail from the existing building. The Doric capitals we've borrowed from the existing building. We've got a panelized recess at the bottom of each of those windows, in accentuating that transition from the base to the upper window section. That occurs somewhat on the existing building, although not as pronounced as we've done it here. I would say it's much more limited on the existing building, but here we felt like it accentuated that transition from the base to the more contemporary window in the building, and that was at least the justification for it as developed. Before I go any further on that, I just want to pause and, through the chairman, offer opportunity for
Questions from the
feedback,
committee
input.
on this part of the, John?
Just a quick one. What's the material, you may have already said this, that kind of the white material on either side of the windows?
I did not say. In all of these locations, the pilasters included, and the entablature, the cornice, the entablature, the cornice being the very top cap that's more projected, the entablature being the composition, the more substantial composition at the top of these pilasters. We've typically utilized some form of PVC composite. This happens to be AZEX. This just happens to be a capital trim molding, but they will make these complete panels, for example, and they'll make the pilaster pieces for installation. And when we've been placed in a position of trying to introduce or replicate some of these classical details, it's no longer done with wood, which would have been the way it was done with the original building, but instead it's done with the PVC composite to give it more durability, the resistance to rot and decay, and all the other characteristics. So where we're proposing to utilize that. Now, sometime with a larger piece like this, on the 96 building, that was actually molded out of fiberglass. So sometimes for an entablature and corner piece like that, we'll utilize, after meeting with the manufacturers, if they determine, for example, that's best configured out of fiberglass in lieu of the PVC composite, we sometimes do that. But things like these pilasters are likely to be that PVC composite.
Thank you.
Paul?
Scott, what is the plan for the rotten and peeling wood on the existing building, and especially the cupola?
We're going to remove all of that and replace it with the PVC composite.
Great, thank you.
Leo?
Specifically regarding the use of PVC on this building, would you consider it a sustainable product?
It's not generally, I mean, it's lightweight, it's a composite. By not using, if you ask AZEX if they're sustainable, they would say yes. But
what's the general consensus about PVC?
that's kind of a broad, I mean, we think of it as a great product to utilize where you would normally utilize wood when you want very long-lasting durability.
Okay, great. So in this case, with this addition, we're bringing the cornice line across and the entablature across, but we're also introducing two other languages that don't currently exist on the building, right? If you could switch to the other image, I think it's easier to see. This intermediate,
Oops, sorry.
that's fine. Yeah, great.
This
No, that
one,
was
yeah.
perfect, yeah. That intermediate volume and also the language of the larger volume, right? Those two architectural languages don't exist on this building yet.
Well, I guess it would depend on, how you're defining language. I mean, there's certainly classism in those elements. Those exact elements might not exist on the building, right?
Okay. Yeah, no, I understand the origin, because this is a classical treatment. There are many brick homes in Watertown that employ this exact condition, where you have a massive volume, which is brick, and then the secondary volumes, often off to the sides, are wood-clad, right? So they have this aesthetic. So I understand the origins of it, and I'm a little concerned about the use of the material, right? I'm not suggesting that we use real wood, but I would encourage the town to limit the use of PVC in general. I think that in its manufacturing, and then, of course, if it ever does burn, it's incredibly toxic, right? So if we could achieve a solution on these buildings where we kind of walk the walk away from PVC and we use either a GFRC or some other method of achieving these cornice details and these molds, it would be a beneficial move for us. That's just one committee member's opinion. If we end up going down a road budget-wise where that's not possible, and we do have to use PVC on the building, my recommendation to all who would consider it is that we limit the use of it, meaning, you know, the white paneling and the upper paneling of these columns, this volume is what it is. It's the program relationships. They want to get the entire grade into one space, I understand. But it's right on the street, right? So I really think you're going to feel this volume. And I think that, in general, if we are more reserved in the treatment of this, if we don't create a box that is largely white and glass, highly reflective, it will be more conscious of the existing architecture and also the site condition. So I just wanted to possibly suggest that if you could consider other possible materials that already exist on the building for those areas and limiting the PVC, it might be helpful.
I think your comment about GFRB or GFRC, which would be gypsum reinforced board or gypsum reinforced fiber composition moldings, is certainly valid. And I don't think it would, because we're utilizing such a limited quantity here, I don't think it would necessarily be cost prohibitive. So we could certainly take a look at that as a means to get the, the exact same look without utilizing PVC.
Okay, and regarding the windows specifically on this volume, are they as reflective as they're showing here rendering? Do you think this is rendering accurately?
No, I think that unfortunately, with all of the rendering software, they try to take advantage of windows as an opportunity to make the overall image look more dynamic, and by that, and in doing that, they show a lot of reflectivity. So I think there's too much reflectivity in the image. I think the reality would be they would not be that highly reflective.
Okay, so would you mind switching to the prior image? I just want to make one observation. Sorry, the one with the long view of it. Thank you so much. So historically, this building is brick volumes with glass insets at the windows, right? And divided light treatments, historic treatments. And what this now introduces, I think, is of this time, right? It's a gesture that says, this is a self-important move, and we're introducing a window language that is very contemporary and could be considered a glass volume, right? Am I reading it correctly, in your opinion?
I think that we're introducing components that, yes, create a very transparent element on that corner.
Okay, so last comment. Because I have experience in this realm, right, I'm going to have one last comment for the committee to consider. When you're dealing with historic buildings, it's advisable to either match the historic nature of the building or divert far enough away so that you're truly contemporary. And the contemporary has no problem marrying right up to the historic. But I will caution us that the upper treatment of this volume feels to me like we're falling in this middle zone where we're kind of mimicking historic, but not quite achieving the effect. And I'm concerned about the potential for dating the project as we move forward in time. Just last comment. Thank you.
Steve, did you have a comment? No. Anyone else on the committee? Vinnie?
Can I just, thank you, those are, not being an architect, and Leo brings up some good points. So my question is, if you go around the corner and look at it from the Lowell Avenue side, there are the two new, there's the wing with the library with the sort of modern curved window, and then there's the other big volume box, which is the gym, which has those very high windows up at the top. Both those are added as part of the addition and not part of the original building. And the design, again, both of those spaces were large and sort of reflect the program use inside, right? The big library or the big gym. What I'm hearing is that we're fighting the same struggle with this, a big two-story space where the entire school can fit in one room. A big space, sort of like the big space for the gym. And I guess I'd be interested to see how, did the gym and the library successfully achieve that matching of the original building, or did they fail? Should we take our cues for this from those, or do we just put those aside? It's more of a question, as somebody who's not an architect, to just sort of maybe understand a little bit of that discussion about the aesthetic of this, because it's, obviously, we're not going to build this like the 1927 building, so it is a modern addition. The question is how modern and how much does that language borrow from the original to match it or fit in as the contemporary. So that's just more of a question that me as a non-architect would like to hear maybe just a little bit more discussion on.
Yeah, I don't know, Leo, I don't know if you want to comment on the, because I know you feel strongly about that.
I can comment only on one thing. I think that, Vinnie, when you said that we're a little, wrestling with the volume of it all, right? I think we understand the volume is driven by the program and function relationship, and we explored the massing quite a bit in this process, right? We tried to balance this out, and it ended up, a little more asymmetrical, which is fine. I'm not intimidated by the volume of this, to be honest. I'm intimidated by the treatment. I think that when you're walking up the sidewalk and you feel the impact of that white and glass volume on the neighboring community and also on the atmosphere of the drive up the hill, you're really going to see that as the addition, the important addition that happened. And maybe that's what we want, right? But maybe what we want is something that could be treated in a slightly more respectful and quieter way. Revisit a little bit more of the brick and other things that have appeared on the Lowell School. And specifically, I mean, we're introducing 10 pilasters on a single volume when the original building, the main entrance for the building, has 4. For me, it's throwing the hierarchy off. I would think that this is the main entrance for the building. And so I don't want to get that confused, and I want to make sure that we are respectful to the original Lowell design and idea. Thank you.
I would just say that we certainly wouldn't want to justify whatever we're doing here by the additions that occur on the backside of the building, because you could argue the placement, the mass, the configuration of those are very challenging, and we didn't do this in attempt to justify it based on what did or did not succeed on the other side of the building. I would say that if the committee wants us to consider other options for this, our preference would be not to go completely contemporary and sort of push that up against the building, which is sometimes done, but, and this is subjective, but I just don't think it can be done well in this instance. It would be instead to explore something that is more traditional and blends more with the existing building than this, I think would be the path to explore. I know we've talked about this, so I'm not saying, yes or no. I'm just saying on that particular topic, I would prefer, if the committee wants us to explore more, I'd prefer that it be in the traditional sense, not in going more contemporary with the addition.
Any other comments? John?
Just as a follow-up to that, I mean, I would agree with that, your last comments, if it were to look at an alternative. In the course of kind of envisioning this, did you, I don't recall whether we saw, back when we had two, we had an addition on the other side and addition on this side, I don't even remember now whether it looked like that, or did you do something that was more consistent with the existing brick and all the rest?
We've had a variety of different options. Some of them were more consistent with the existing building and borrowed more directly the aesthetics of the existing building. Yeah.
Because before, when we had the other wing, you didn't have that big the volume like that. That came later when we eliminated the other wing, I think.
We always had a rather significant volume there.
We did?
It didn't change that much in scale and mass on that end. It was just that we eliminated the volume on the other side.
Yeah, okay.
I do recall that at a meeting that this was presented, we kind of took a sense of the committee that we liked this idea. So if we want to change that, I think we should get another sense of the committee, because we don't want Scott to just redesign something because one or two members don't like the design, and I'm trying to be fair
Yeah,
to
I
everyone.
understand. I understand.
You know, I think it's important that we take another sense of the committee in what direction. We don't want Scott going into 5 different directions if the committee doesn't agree. So, I mean, how do we want to proceed here on this part? Steve?
I think it's a good conversation, and I would agree with John and with Scott in terms of his last comment that maybe making a move to look at a little bit more traditional design aspect to the addition might be worth the effort. I think that would be a welcome, and I completely agree with Scott. Going a modern direction I don't think would work.
Vinnie?
So, I would agree. I will say for the record, when this was presented at, I want to say the April meeting, that I was, really liked the look, and I think I said looked spectacular. You know, now with the, coming back several months, I mean, I can understand maybe Leo's point that maybe what appears to be in the rendering, at least these big mirrored glass, could be a little bit jarring. And if I would agree with Steve that if we would look at alternatives to this, it would be to maybe look at the window structure, make that a little more traditional, would be the way I would go.
Is everybody comfortable with that? Dee Dee?
Well, sorry. All I'm going to comment on is further in the presentation, when you look at the inside, I'm not as, I mean, I think it's actually pretty spectacular as well, looking at it from the outside. And if we were to go in a direction, certainly historic is, I think, better than modern. I've seen some, you know, beautiful old historic buildings that have modern additions, and it just doesn't quite fit. And I think that it would be best if you were going to think about it to go historic. But I go back to for me, it's what's happening inside that is so important in terms of when you look at the rendering of the space, and, you know, the students are facing the wall, you know, if they're going to do anything that's large group instruction, and then the beautiful windows behind them, and just seeing the space and seeing the environment outside, I think is essential for our students' growth and creativity. So I don't want to lose the ambiance of the learning space inside. So whatever we do, just keep that as, you know, very important.
Yeah, I would say that this building, although the windows were essentially eliminated as a result of the additions that were done in the 90s, this building, as originally designed, did recognize that when you have large volumes that where a lot of people are occupying the volume, that a significantly larger window area is fully justified. And I would point to the former dining area as an example of that. And so both for that reason and because we are thinking consciously about what's going on inside this building looking out, I wouldn't propose that this just become a series of smaller punched openings. I think the aesthetic, I think the approach of having significant window area in this volume is still valid, but I think Leo's point that you could make this much more traditional is obviously valid. You definitely could blend this in with the building more.
Lindsay?
This kind of just brings me back to, I really appreciate the different perspectives, and while we haven't talked a lot about this, this is the first time we've had an opportunity with some of our school building committee members that are architects present to talk about this. The last time I had brought up that we'd only seen one facade of this building and hadn't discussed it, they weren't here either, just because of scheduling conflicts. And so I appreciate the extra information and perspective about it. I mean, I hadn't actually really considered the idea that, I mean, I think the way it's designed right now really does take away from what is maybe the main entrance of the school, and there's not even a door on that part of the building. And so, and certainly not an office or a welcoming area for where people should be coming in. And so I think in a lot of ways, like Dee Dee said, I really appreciate the glass and what it looks like from the inside, but it would be nice to see a different version of what that looks like, and see if it kind of makes it maybe fit a bit better and take away that extra part of it.
Laurie?
I'm just going to take the opposite approach. As much as I dread cleaning those windows, I like this. I am not opposed to looking at other things, but I like this. We talked about when we were looking at the Hosmer, we didn't want a traditional building that looked like the Lowell. We changed that a couple of times because we wanted to be modern. I like looking at this and saying there is modern to this old building, and I think that it matches. I think that it blends well together. I like the fact that you can look at it and say, this is where our money is going, and not that it blends and you go, what did we do to this building? You can't even tell. I like it. I like how it blends. I do think that we should look at a few other materials. I think that we can do a little bit better on that. But again, I'm not opposed to looking at other things, but I'm a fan of this.
Stacy?
I see all the front of this, and I know that that's what everybody's going to see, but when you drive around the building and you're coming into the building, because nobody's going to be coming in this part of the building, are we doing something on that side to make people think, oh, this is the same building as we just drove by and came up the hill to go into?
We are doing a number of things on the, seems weird to say it, entrance side of the building, but we're not doing significant demolition and reconstruction back there. So we're being cautious about promising radical change on the other side of the building, just because programmatically there was no space there to expand the building, and that's the 96 edition. But we are doing some things there. We can certainly present some of those subtle adjustments to the entry and the plaza on that side that we're proposing.
I mean, it'd be nice to see if you're going to keep this, this area that's white, if whatever you do there, almost to be on the back side a little bit, just so that it kind of ties it in.
There's some of that there already, but on the back side, just keep in mind that you've got sort of one-story low projections stacked in front of two-story volumes that are different masses and sizes and scales and have different levels of transparency, and some areas don't have windows and some do, and there's no real order to it, no real symmetry to it. On the back side of the building, we spent a lot of time in the office studying what we might propose for improving it, but ultimately decided, without spending an enormous amount of money demolishing work that was done only 20 years ago, it would be challenging to make a significant change on the back side of the building. But we can certainly show you some of those subtle adjustments.
Any other comments? Heidi?
I'm just wondering if keeping the design the same, but seeing that with the frames around the panes in the white color, like is on the rest of the building, might satisfy what everybody's looking to do. So it wouldn't look quite as modern, but it would actually be the same exact construction, same window sizes, and instead of being brown or whatever's, looks like it's brown from here, and maybe putting white there and just changing that color for everybody to see, that might be something that makes people feel a little bit better about it.
I think that if you want to see it blend more traditionally, then we want to, if that is the way the committee feels, our ultimate goal is to make sure collectively you love this building. So I think we would want to test a variety of different things versus just making some relatively simple, and some of our tests may be relatively simple, but I think we would want to test a variety of different things in lieu of making just a subtle adjustment and declaring victory. I think Leo would be disappointed in that also.
Brian, you had a comment? Step up to the microphone, please.
Hi, I'm Ryan Curlbaum.
Different Brian, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was like, I didn't even know we were a first-name basis. Thanks, Mark.
You do now.
Yeah, that's good. Well, thanks for calling on me anyway. So I'm Ryan Curlbaum. I live at 80 Edgecliff. I've been architect for 15 years. I just wanted to thank the committee for opening this up to the community. I just had a couple of comments for Scott and a couple things just to echo. One, I think for me, one of the most successful buildings in Watertown is the library, and that's because I think they've done a very successful and kind of articulate modern addition to a historic building. And my hope, I think, for the Lowell, and I think why maybe some of the identity crisis that's coming, is that it's trying to be two different things. And perhaps if it took a more deliberate approach, that the addition is a kind of separate entity, it's a kind of modern addition to a historic building, something that we preserve the past and we look forward towards the future with this sort of building that's pulled apart. Just like, very much like how the library has a gasket that's very modern. I think it could be a very successful approach. In terms of the materiality, our office, for example, has banned the use of PVC, so it's just something to consider. We don't even use it in any way, shape, or form. So I get a little worried about using PVC. However, Scott, I know you guys have been rigorous about trying to find the kind of historic details, but perhaps that could be alleviated, loosened up a little bit if you just held the datums of the existing building. That is the kind of lines regulating the building. Just to think about that. And the last thing I'll say is that to Lori's point, which I thought was a good one, I really do enjoy the glass volume. I think perhaps the windows below could benefit from a similar window treatment. But something to keep in mind is this is facing due south. So some sort of horizontal louver is going to be necessary to shield the sun.
Thank you, Brian. The other Brian.
I'm the Brian, he's the other Brian. I'm Brian Hayden, sorry. Watertown resident, Watertown Environment and Energy Committee. Just a quick thing, and based on Scott's comment about not wearing a Band-Aid, maybe this isn't useful, but I was also wondering if, just to soften some of the concerns about the windows, if just placing some nice shrubs and or trees nearby would soften some of the hard edges of the glass a little bit. If you look at the ways the trees have softened the back of the building, I think it really does soften the building, so that's a thought.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say, there are a lot of large trees that will be preserved that will sit right in front of this building, so you would never see this building as we're showing it in this context, really, unless you just moved up to the appropriate location. But we don't want to defend any concerns you have about the building with a response that says, oh, don't worry, it'll be hidden behind the trees. So I didn't, I didn't say that. I didn't bring that up.
Okay, in order to move on, I guess we have a sense that we'd like to have Scott bring us back something else that we could take a look at. Is that?
Yeah, I would say that the sense I'm hearing from the committee is that we're asking to maybe explore options for more, for the learning common windows, a more traditional look, but we're not looking for a brick wall with punched out windows. I mean, does that really summarize all our feelings?
Okay, thank you. We need to move on because we have a lot of things to get to. Scott.
Good conversations. We only have this in here as a reminder. When we were back in schematic design, we were showing a lot of different precedents for net zero buildings and sustainable buildings. This was one example, and it includes that sort of lightweight skin. It includes the overhangs. It includes a lot of the strategies that you see. They happen to use a stone base too. a lot of the strategies. But I think Kelly posed a really good question last week that made us pause a bit and feel like we need to do some explanation, because it's possible that the building committee may be asked in public, or somebody may pose the question, why do very few of these sustainable, particularly the net zero buildings, not include brick, and why are we not proposing brick as a material for the building? And so, without getting too long-winded, we wanted to just quickly explain the evolution of brick and sort of where it stands right now, and why you don't see it nearly as much as a building material now. And just starting with, when most people think of a brick building, they think of the way brick was done between the 1800s and the 1950s, which was masonry block, mortar, brick anchored up against that mortar, and just a solid, thick masonry wall. It's the way the Brigham House was done. It's the way the current high school was done. It's a strategy that was utilized, and for a lot of different reasons, including seismic concerns and cost and expense and labor, there was movement away from that. So in the 60s, that block that was behind the brick often got replaced by a structural metal stud, and that's what this was showing. And when the transition first happened, the brick would be pushed right up against the stud. There would clearly be some kind of half-inch exterior sheathing board on that stud, but the brick was pushed right up against it, and sometimes buried in mortar too, because we didn't know any better. Everybody just assumed that was going to be okay to treat the metal stud like a brick. We quickly learned that if you did that, this brick wasn't enough to stop the moisture. It got to here, it froze, it pushed the brick off of the wall, and all the walls that were constructed like this failed miserably in a lot of different parts of the country. So in the 70s, we began pulling that brick out from the wall, putting an air gap in, knowing that the water was going to come through, and leaving an airspace so that that moisture, when it came through, could get out of the wall and come back out at the lower section of the wall, or at weep holes that would be created in the wall. Also started to introduce a lot more insulation inside that metal stud. And then we realized that it was a mistake to have the insulation back in the stud, that if you really wanted to have a continuous insulation and not let the thermal conductivity of the stud carry the temperature into the building, that you really needed that insulation to be on the outside. So we decided that was a good idea. But in the process, we needed to push the brick even further away from that metal stud. And so you can see here, we've got 2 inches of rigid insulation pushing the stud out, or pushing the brick even further out. And then in this scenario, what happens is we have to start introducing a lot of things into this brick wall to handle the movement. It's hanging way out from its structural backup, and we've got these ties, and there are all kinds of ties that have been created to try to hold this brick to the wall. But this is a very different brick wall that's being built today than the one people think about that lasted forever. This has expansion joints in it that has to be replaced. It has mortar joints in it that fail because it's so far out from the wall that it's got movement. It's susceptible to seismic movement because it's hanging so far out from the wall, so we have to bring steel off of the building to hold it up in the form of relieving angles. It's just a very different wall from what people think of as the brick wall that would last forever. And so there are a lot of reasons why it doesn't become a really sustainable material in many instances. So I just want to point out, as I said, it's not the wall that was utilized in traditional practices. As the amount of insulation required has increased and that brick has gotten pushed further out, it's continued to compromise kind of the original integrity of a true brick and masonry wall. Once we get this out so far, it has really low tolerance to seismic movement. There's a really important factor, because we are a public project and because masonry is a protected filed sub-bid in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, there are now a very limited pool of bidders that actually do masonry anymore on public projects. So as a result of that, the cost associated with it has gone up significantly. It's temperature and weather dependent, so it can be installed in freezing temperatures if you want to take a lot of measures to completely enclose the area, completely heat the area, completely heat the mortar, et cetera, but it impacts construction schedule, and so for that reason, a lot of people have gone away from it because you really don't want to be installing it in the winter months. It's heavily reliant on the mortar that goes into the wall. And we were talking about warranties earlier. In the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you're limited to a 2-year warranty on components of the building like this. So in instances where you have failure of an exterior veneer brick wall in years after 2 years, it's real. People think, oh, it'll last forever, but just understand, that piece of brick right there might last forever, but there's a lot of labor and there are a lot of other components that go into that wall. And in some circles, certainly sustainable circles, it's considered a bit of an outdated material. I mean, certainly you could point to the fact that it's on the high school, the middle school, the elementary schools as part of kind of that legacy of former building materials. And then one of the big challenges we find with it is it's not flexible long-term. We'll have a lot of owners come back to us and say, I want to attach something to the exterior of the building. And we have to explain to them that that's really just a veneer hanging off of the structure, that you really can't attach anything of significance to it, so it limits flexibility. And then, as I said, there's a high cost associated with masonry. So we don't want it to just be a sustainable, non-sustainable argument, an aesthetics argument, but we think it's really important to understand all the reasons you don't see it that much, and we're not proposing it in this particular building type. Any questions around that?
Leo?
I really didn't want to get into a public debate on the sustainable side of masonry or not. Frankly, Scott, I agree with you in terms of the Boston masonry costs and what they come with. I'm doing a LEED Gold building currently, stacked masonry, 36 stories. So sustainable buildings can be achieved with masonry construction, right? Let's not kid ourselves. Masonry is a long-lasting product. The joints don't fail after 2 years, they just don't. So repointing buildings happens about every 40 to 50 years. You do have efflorescence and other technical things that you do have to worry about with masonry, but the further you hang the masonry off the building is a concern. You do have to put in joints and other things, but what's missing from your detail is the large relieving angle that happens at slab edges, usually that picks up the full single or even double height weight of those facades. So I think in general, this argument is being, I think, put out there as if masonry is something we want to avoid because it's less than sustainable. And I just don't think that's the case. I think it may, in fact, be cost prohibitive, but certainly these schools could afford, with these budgets, select areas that were masonry, no problem. It's certainly not more expensive than, hybridized and advanced rain screen systems, right? Or curtain wall at $130 a square foot, right? So we just need to kind of check ourselves in terms of, if we don't want to use masonry, fine, so be it. But let's not present the argument that it's an unsustainable product.
Yeah, I apologize. I may have misspoke, but I meant to say that we're not trying to make it a sustainable versus non-sustainable argument. We're trying to just present a variety of different reasons why, for this application and in this time period, and based on, again, cost, construction, approach, et cetera, that's why we're not proposing it for this.
Great, thanks for reiterating that. I appreciate your position. Thank you.
Any other comments on this? Continue on, Scott.
One other thing. Not to again, not to directly contradict, but I can assure you that masonry in the public arena under filed sub-bid is at least double the cost of any of the rain screens we're proposing. Absolutely no doubt about it. I could present tons of evidence around that. So I just want to be clear on that one point. It is a significant delta in terms of cost.
Yeah, you would know better than I. This is your sector and arena. Thanks.
We had a chance to go through this earlier in explanation. So we wanted to highlight some of the high-performance strategies that we're utilizing with the building. We've talked about them maybe independently from time to time, but we felt like now was a good time to highlight some of them. We've talked about the exterior materials already, but we want to point out that in the energy modeling that's been done so far, it appears that, and this is no secret, you typically get your most significant energy loss through the roof area. So we are proposing that we attempt to get to R50 for the value of the insulation value of the roof. We are strategically trying to reduce the overall building volume. 12 feet floor to floor is what we're proposing. It makes the building more complicated to design, and that the systems have to be, mechanical, electrical, plumbing systems have to be better coordinated, but we think it's a very realistic target, and it's what we've been designing to. Again, in the interest of reducing the overall heating and cooling required in the building, we're trying to reduce the amount of air distribution that has to occur in the building because those large ducts take up a lot of space, but they also have a lot of loss of heating and cooling the further we have to try to push that air. And so as part of our design, we're trying to strategically locate vertical risers and utilize mechanical systems. And in the future, we'll certainly have another update on our mechanical, electrical, plumbing systems. The last time we did that was nearing the end of schematic design, but we're trying to design systems that are very efficient, but in this case, we're talking about the way the building is designed to minimize air distribution. We're introducing a lot of natural daylighting strategies in the classrooms as currently proposed. Those window sills are down at 24 inches and have a height at the head of 8 feet 6 to throw natural daylighting as far as possible around the classroom spaces, even in the large spaces, utilizing overhangs at some of the windows. I think it was Leo that mentioned this last time, where we're on some of those upper windows, we've got a bit of an overhang protecting that window. And then the photovoltaic canopies on the roof, we're doing a variety of different strategies on the roof to try to maximize photovoltaics and still make sure we don't compromise the maintenance of the roof. The most efficient way to install a photovoltaic array, if you're starting from scratch on a new building, is to try to get the frame for that array as high as possible. This is showing the roof level, and this is pointing out that even at the lowest point, this photovoltaic panel would be 18 to 42 inches above the roof. This does a number of things. One, it allows us to precisely control the angle, but it also gets this panel, this collection of panels, because this is a large enough frame to hold multiple modules. It gets it up high enough that air can circulate around it. A photovoltaic panel is 30 to 35% more efficient if you can get it up out of this zone down here close to the roof where a lot of heat is being generated off of the roof. And so even though you'll see them placed right on the roof often, that's generally a retrofit approach because there's no other option. So we're going to propose that we provide connection points for frames and get that up off the roof. Up off the roof, it also allows you to observe and maintain and replace the roof surface more easily. And then it provides a better shade for mechanical equipment and allows the mechanical equipment to operate in a cooler environment while getting the maximum amount of photovoltaic panels projected over. So the reason we mention this is we haven't yet shown the PV array in the renderings, but just to be clear, these are also going to become a pretty significant gesture when you're looking at the building. Our goal is not to hide them, it's to make them as efficient as possible and put them on display where they do land on the roof. So that will be a significant component that you'll eventually see in the exterior of the building. Any questions on that? Yeah.
Just one quick comment. I really like what I'm seeing there, and I think this will greatly reduce finding footprints in the middle of the PVs in the spring when the snow melts.
John?
Two quick questions. One is that structure movable? Does it change, or
No.
it's fixed?
That would be fixed.
Okay. And then the other question was on the rendering here. You were just showing kind of an example, but on the Cuniff, the section that's closest to Warren Street doesn't have any on it. Is there a reason that wouldn't have any?
No, it would definitely have panels on it, and those are just cartoonish.
Okay.
We currently have the photovoltaic designer testing specific layouts for panels and coordinating those with mechanical equipment locations to determine our maximum layout for photovoltaics on the roof.
Leo?
So just two quick questions. I love your precedent. I actually sit 5 feet away from Dan Ahrens, formerly of Architera, who designed that building, and I have the project page with me. What it says there is that that building went through extensive siting and energy modeling to understand the benefits of the sustainable approach for that specific building. And one thing to note is the size of the windows on that building came way down. And I'm not suggesting we do that. I think obviously natural light inside elementary schools is important. But are we energy modeling our schools? Are we studying it in that way?
We are. Just keep in mind on a project like that, they had a lot of opportunity for movement on the site and locations on the site.
Yes.
And
we're
rotation
pinned in,
adjustment.
right?
Sure. We're very much bound by some pretty specific site parameters. And so Leo, for us, evaluating various orientations of the building was not a high priority because of the restrictions associated at both the Cuniff and the Hosmer with where the building was placed.
How about glass to, like, opaque to clear ratio?
Yes, we are definitely looking at that, although what we've found is with the first iteration of the energy model, there was very little adjustment if we changed the amount of exterior glazing, because what Anneman and Lelick is telling us, the energy model is telling us, is that with the current U values that you can get for glazing and the efficiency that we're introducing in the building systems, it's not that big a trade-off in energy use. Like in their model, they show, okay, if you reduce the glass by 3%, it reduces the total BTU for the building by X. And the numbers are so minimal on that it won't be the driving factor. Now, cost on the amount of windows may ultimately be a driving factor, but it doesn't appear that the energy model is going to drive exterior window fenestration.
Okay, and then because it's a bullet point, I'll ask about it. Shading overhangs at windows. Are we doing shading studies? Are we somehow understanding the orientation and the considerations for the depth of the shades and other things that would benefit from reduction in solar heat gain?
We are. The energy modeler has our complete Revit model, and so they are looking at those. Clearly, the benefits on the south side are more significant than the ones on the north side, but yes, they're looking at that.
So the reason I mention it is because reducing solar heat gain essentially allows you down the road to potentially reduce the size of your mechanical systems, correct?
You know, what they're telling us is not significantly, not significantly. What's driving our mechanical systems right now is ASHRAE's new fresh air ventilation requirements. And so the efficiency of our system, where we're proposing in each of the classrooms VRF, variable refrigerant volume cassettes as part of air source heat pumps in each individual classroom, that's super simple, easy system. It's going to be super efficient to operate. It's going to be all electric, but operate at super high efficiency. Everybody that is involved on the energy side is telling us, great system, great system to go with. What's most painful is the requirement to bring fresh air to those units and to those classrooms and pump that volume in. And that's really driving most of our mechanical equipment, is trying to bring makeup air, fresh air volume, the required makeup air volume into the space. And there's no way to reduce that with shading devices. That's just about the amount of CFM that we have to bring into the space.
Okay. These questions pop up in the community, so.
Sure.
Thanks.
Good questions.
Yes.
Anne Marie Clunin, Winthrop Street. So one comment that you made, Scott, is that it'll change the presentation of the roof for visual. Do we have any of that we can see? So are we envisioning that we have the structure that we just looked at over the last couple of weeks for how the Hosmer is going to look, and we talked about the overhangs, but when you're driving down Mount Auburn Street and you look, what is the presentation with the angle going to make the roof look like?
We don't know the answer to that yet. I think our approach is going to be that we would like to have the PV engineer model the most efficient version of photovoltaic array layout for all the panels, angle, orientation, height, et cetera. And then we would overlay that with our model, our computer model of the building, and then generate another rendering from some of those same angles and just be able to show you, what that looks like. And if we felt like it was taking over, I think we would intervene and consider other adjustments. When we get it to a point where we think it's appropriately expressive of the building's technology and its innovation, but it's not, overtly leaping out as the one thing, the strong element you see, then we'll present that and we can show what that looks like.
Right. And these are really look really reflective as well, right? So
You wouldn't see that you're too low. The human eye perspective is going to be too low to see kind of the reflectivity of them. Most of the time, you just sort of see them in stacking planes, and so you see the edges of them, and you see a series of those panels up there, but you're too low to kind of get the reflectivity of them. But I think that we can accurately display and represent what that would look like, and then sort of let you make your own decision about what.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking from this level. I'm thinking just as you're driving by Mount Auburn, depending on what that angle really looks like on the roof, that one, it might change the presentation of the top of the building, and two, with the sun that hits there and that open field, that you may get some of that when you're driving down. I might be wrong about it, but I'm just trying to, and I don't have a visual, so thank you.
Yeah, no, the reflection would be sent, directly towards the sun in many instances, so I don't think you would get a reflection of it, but you will definitely see those panels stacked at an angle on that roof, and so I think it's important to know. That's why we brought it up tonight, that they'll be prominent, and stay tuned and we'll show you what they look like.
Ann?
Hi, it's a fascinating presentation. I'm happy to be here. I want to encourage I really like the Big Lowell building. I just visually like it. And somebody over here mentioned that, we're designing the building for the kids. And I think they might be excited about some of the features, whereas we might be thinking more about how to blend it in with our historical idea about what a building is supposed to look like. But buildings are not going to look like they used to. And So I just wanted to throw that out for you to think about it. Hurricane, like these things that are propped up like that and the wind hits them, I'm sure that people have thought about that.
Yes, I believe the building code requires that these have to be designed to withstand, I think it's 190 mile an hour wind. It's more than you would ever experience because they're up higher. And that's, by the way, the panel and the bracing for the panel has to be able to sustain a wind in miles per hour greater than the roof does. Like the roof will be 110, so over 110 miles an hour, the roof might blow off. But for some reason, the code says at 190, the panels have to stay in place. So you might see the entire membrane fly off the roof, but the panels will still be there, which would look fascinating.
Let's get to the design progress.
On the Hosmer, we've got a revised rendering because last time I think we said that, you know, there are subtle adjustments that we're constantly making to the building. Sometimes they're not so subtle. Sometimes they're things you would notice. Sometimes they're things you might not notice. And it's probably our responsibility to just continually update those, even if we think they're subtle, because they're representative of the kinds of things we're constantly looking at as we move through design development. And even when we get into early construction documents, we never just lock in and say, it's done. We're constantly looking at little revisions. And so in talking with Julie and the staff this week, we decided it was probably a good idea to just show some representation on that. So for example, I know we were talking about, I think it was this elevation of the Hosmer we were talking about recently in a building committee meeting. And that was an older rendering. This is a rendering that was revised. It's got tonight's date on it, but it was revised some time ago to reflect some of our study of some of the elements we had on the earlier version. Like we've talked about things like, and I guess it's better in this view, although two of them are smaller, but we've talked about things like utilizing the supporting brackets on some of the roof overhangs and not utilizing them. Well, in the end, structurally, we can accomplish everything we want to accomplish without them. So, for example, it may be subtle, but in this rendering, you see some brackets here, and then some on the lower section. Right now, as we've got the building modeled architecturally in the office, those are gone because they ultimately were not required, and our goal was to simplify in many instances this facade and try to bring it. I think we said last time that we're constantly studying the balance of materials to have, you know, more harmony across the entire facade. So there are some subtle differences. In the side-by-side, you can see for these spaces, we had been studying the introduction of windows in a couple of key spaces there, a couple of key teacher collaboration spaces. And so you can see the change there where this was in the older version, this is in the newer version. In the earlier versions, we had tested a little bit of color introduced, maybe more color introduced into the facade, and you can see the subtlety of when those metal shingles go to spandrel glass, and we bring the glass all the way through. Now, in this particular study, the goal was taking the very horizontal window configuration that you see here and taking it vertical here in a similar scale and proportion, again, to bring all of this together, to collectively bring the facade together a little bit more. And what are some of the other subtleties? We've taken, in the older version, we were introducing the composite wood on the upper section, And because we really want that to feel lighter in terms of its overall weight, we've eliminated that and gone to the shingle purely. And this is probably about a week and a half ago in this rendition. So we show that more to demonstrate that it is evolving all the time, and we are constantly looking at some of those subtleties. But with that, I'll sort of pause for any questions.
John?
Just a quick one. On the dining area on the right side is like 2.5 floors roughly, something like that? Or is that about right? Okay,
Yes.
so, and then on the left side, where you took out the kind of red coloring between the first and the second floor? Right.
Here, right there.
Now you have a continuous glass, it looks like?
Right.
But isn't that 2 levels there?
Yeah, that would have to be spandrel glass in the center. So the piece that's in the middle is a piece of opaque glass that from exterior appearance looks like a piece of glass, but it's not a piece of glass at all. And it's about getting that continuity of the system, the glass system coming all the way through there.
What's that called again?
It's called spandrel glass.
Okay. All right, learned something new. Thank you.
Steve?
I think it really looks nice,
Yeah, I like it too.
very good adjustments. I think it's really attractive. I think it addressed some of the things that I maybe wasn't quite as thrilled about in the first version. So I think it looks really good. I'm amazed at the trees all the way over to the left, how much they grew in 1 month.
I was just going to say that.
Couldn't help but to say that.
A lot of Miracle Grow? Any other questions? John?
Well, just the other comment on the trees growing, but on the right-hand side, with the space between the Hosmer and the Brigham won't look that way, right?
That is correct. Yeah, that is correct.
That's one of our big challenges, is trying to deal with that space. And if it looked that way, that would be fantastic, but there's no way it's gonna look that way. We've got garbage trucks and everything going in there and everything else. So, anyway, sorry.
Scott, if we could go quickly through the interiors, because we're getting pressed for time.
Yeah, we wanted to show you some of the interior spaces for volume and architectural elements that would be introduced into the space. We should say, and I think it was Kelly who mentioned this last time, interior colors. We won't be showing any interior colors until we actually move into construction, because it's an area where the color range will vary significantly, again, depending on the exact manufacturer of carpet, tile, paint, ceilings. Almost every single component that has color in it will have multiple manufacturers, and they all have their color palettes and ranges. So generally, it's just the material we're dealing with in design development and construction documents. And then we'll need to build, once we get all those submittals from a contractor or construction manager, we'll need to build an extensive color presentation around actual interior color. So that's the reason these often appear just in shades of gray and subtle shades of color. But this is Hosmer Library Media Center. You can see right here, you're in the corner looking back across the media center. The bookshelves are only a placeholder. Those will be ultimately furniture, and they're just to give the building a sense of scale. They're not necessarily laid out in the location they ultimately would be. It's more about the architectural volume, some of the expression of structure, the feeling on ceiling treatments, transparency into the space and out of the space. This is in the same media center, looking back towards those entry doors as you come into the library media center. This is the bridge connecting the second and third floor levels of the building to give you a sense of how we would like to express the structure in there. Inside the window wall or the storefront or curtain wall outside of that bridge. This is the art room. Again, a sense of the volume, some of the built-ins, the spatial relationship and how the volume is reduced over the area where the art sinks will be and the LCD projection and display will be. Music classroom with the introduction of acoustics on both the ceiling and on the walls. The dining area, and we would point out that in this area, this isn't necessarily the finished proposed graphic. In a lot of the interior spaces, those will get developed during construction documents. We're just trying to buy, for the purpose of cost estimating, something that is reflective of the fact that we do want to do some design work on those walls. This is looking down into that dining space from the second floor. Typical classroom layout. We talked last time about the fact that there would be a teacher instructional wall with low shelving, open shelving underneath it, low shelving all along the exterior wall. This gives you a sense of how high those windows are and how significant they are in terms of throwing light into the space. This is on the student wall where I mentioned that the marker board surface would come down lower, and again, continuous built-in shelving around the perimeter. This happens to be the reading nook that gets incorporated into all the classrooms. I think we mentioned that last time. This is a closer-up view of that reading nook and the entry into the classroom, and the student work storage area, meaning they get a 12 by 12 area to store their classroom work, 12 by 12 cubicle to store their classroom work. Looking across that classroom space. This is lower grades where we've got the ability to bring coats inside and store more things inside the classroom than we do in some of the upper grade classrooms. There are also larger classrooms for K and pre-K and preschool. Outside in the corridors, we mentioned last time that we want to expose some of the structure as part of the kind of learning process, the building as a teaching tool. We'll also be eventually talking about incorporating graphic signage. There are some really important lead points associated with developing the building as a teaching tool and having plaques, displays, graphics in the building that speak to students about the sustainable features, both in terms of the materials and the building systems, et cetera. So we will be incorporating those kind of graphics. This is also starting to show how in the corridor areas, it's about more than just circulation. This is a small group room that I think we explained before has really multiple purposes for pull-out, special instruction, can be used by the classroom teacher or can be used by support specialists, but also opportunities to send the students out for independent work just outside the classroom and giving them work area and seating area. These are those small group rooms that are staggered along the hallway and have the areas where students can come out and work independently, and then also have the small group room that's completely enclosed that has multiple functions, not just for classroom teachers, but specialized instruction. This is showing how that bracing that we're going to expose in a corridor will run through all three levels and expose itself on all three levels. A sense of typical student bench, coat hanging, and how the structure engages that. I know that's quick. Any questions on those interior Hosmer images?
Paul?
One quick question, Scott, if you could go back to Hosmo 1 to 5 classroom showing the sink. Yeah, there's a better picture of it, but that's fine. Right there, that one. The little sidecar to the left of the sink, I know there's never enough storage in a classroom. I'm going to hear from the educators at the other end of the table. But if you could eliminate that to install the paper towels and soap, because we find that there's no place to put the paper towels and the soap where the kids can reach them. In an instance like that, you'd have to put it right over the sink, and the kids can't get to them. It's right there, that's a typical classroom design. We struggle in the facilities world is trying to locate those roll paper towels and
Just to clarify, Paul, you're suggesting that if this wasn't an extended upper cabinet, that you could utilize that zone on the
or
wall?
the lower. I mean,
Yeah.
the upper, if you raised it to the same level as the other uppers, it would be fine. Nobody would hit their
Got it.
heads. But
Yep.
if the lower sidecar was removed, the students could walk right up to that wall and get their paper towels and soap.
Okay. This is site development plan for Conniff. We just want to, and we don't have to get into a lot of detail, but last time Kelly raised this issue of maximizing the available site area to get as much parking or just open space and capture as much open space in general across and right up to the property line. And so we just wanted to show you, we are working in detail with a grading plan to maximize how far we want to pull that retaining wall that captures the parking lot back towards the rear property line. But we are working with some steep grades coming off of the abutting property lines. We want to be respectful and leave room for those to occur and not have this wall get too high. Right now, you can see top of wall is at 115 and the ground below is 110, so it's already 5 feet high wrapping around that corner. And it is truly taking advantage of much more of the site. You know, now the parking stops back here, so don't get the impression that we aren't pushing back into the site and taking advantage of that. We're also working against a tricky situation here. We want to make sure we don't have to have too much of a retaining wall on this edge of the site, and working with how we can use the lower single-story section of the rear of the building and basically have it just a little higher than grade out here and be able to get accessibility around the building without having to have any railings or ramps, be able to come out of the building without having to have any ramping system. So we are working through that topography and starting to get pretty detailed in terms of how that can work on the site. I'm going to move quickly through some of this because this is just to show development on Conniff. We are working as well with the common space or the space outside the classroom at Conniff and starting to integrate a lot of the educational visioning and programming ideas into that space and making it very usable for students as well. This just happens to show the level of detail we now have on, for example, the kitchen. This is the Conniff kitchen laid out with all the kitchen equipment in detail. Every piece of equipment is now on a schedule. And so we've been programming with that and making sure that's a fit within the space. The administration area at Conniff, typical classroom, and it's going to be very similar to Hosmer, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time going through these. It's the Library Media Center at Conniff, and we're even developing an area outside the Library Media Center between it and the classrooms that becomes a zone that we think could be really functional for independent and group study. We're also starting to introduce a little bit of storage and sort of private reading areas, nooks, if you will, for students in the corridor. This is not a finished product. We have restrooms behind this area, so what we're trying to do here is create a screening element for those, as well as create an area that students could utilize because they're classrooms on this side of those, and so this is just kind of a work in progress. And you see some of those areas being integrated into the hallways. A lot of these are to capture the cost associated with these for the design development cost estimate, make sure we know what they cost, they work within the budget, and then a lot of the refining them will happen in the very early phases of construction documents. The integration of the coat hook area and student benches to the structure and engaging the structure. And then at the lull, you've seen some of these images. Some are showing a much more updated version where we're getting more finished in the hallways and corridors in terms of the elements we're introducing into those areas. The wainscoting we're bringing into the 96 edition to do a little better job blending it with the older building. Walking into the Learning Commons area and the classroom surrounding it and the open stair that takes you to the lower level. Art classroom. The second floor area above the rear entry to the building, so right here, where we've said for some time now we want to introduce kind of an art gallery component to that. We've placed the fine arts right here, so the gallery space being able to work right outside of that in this location has always been one of our goals, and so this is showing a piece of that area. The music classroom. These are great for understanding that at the entry where we want to improve the security. So when someone comes into the first vestibule in the future, they'll have to move through the office area to get into the remainder of the building and be checked in through that office area. So this is showing, I've just come into the building. In the past, I was able to go through these doors and take off and go anywhere I wanted if someone didn't catch me. And in the future, they'll have to make passage through the administration area and then come out of that area to get into the building. So this is just showing how that will take place. And then it's showing the sight lines from the administration area will also open it up for a clear sight line down the corridor to this academic area and a sight line down the corridor to the 96 area and then the addition at the end of that corridor and just improving visual observation in that area. Same thing here. We're looking back at that entry area from the corridor in the 96 portion and just demonstrating the transparency and the sight lines and the improved visibility through there. Here as well, the visibility from the older building right towards administration and the visibility into administration. The Learning Commons, I think you've seen this exact image before. And again, the Learning Commons. Library Media Center, I think that we've seen that image in both forms. Classroom, I'm sorry, this is actually the makerspace, and this is showing the leveled library and the transparency between the leveled library and the makerspace. The existing gymnasium and the introduction of additional acoustic treatment in there. Noise is a significant problem in there, and so we want to make sure as part of the design development documents and the estimating that we capture the cost of improving that, and that's just showing some examples of those baffles that are often utilized in gymnasium environments to improve sound. And I know that last section was a little quick, but I know you also have a lot on your agenda, so.
Any other questions on the updated designs?
Can I just make a
Edie?
comment?
Yes.
So I think as we enter into this, more exciting and very practical phase of what the building's going to look like inside, I would hope that maybe we might have the opportunity to do some visiting and see some schools where, you know, we could get a sense of what these spaces are going to look like, because we're pretty used to where we've been for the last 100 years, so that would be beneficial, I think, for some members or any members of the committee.
I think it'd be a great idea. I have a couple schools specifically in mind that I think the committee would very much enjoy touring. So we can set those up anytime.
Lindsay?
Just a quick comment. I agree with Dee Dee. I think it would be fantastic for us to actually get in some of the newer schools and see what that looks like. I also just wanted to say that as these classroom designs and the different nooks and crannies and things are being developed, we see more and more of that. It's really nice because it makes me excited about the spaces kids are going to have to learn. And I think that a variety of spaces and what they look like, and the fact that there's curves and not just 90-degree angles and things like that, it's going to make the kids really excited about it, and it's cool to see it coming together in that way.
Any other comments? Yes.
So the one comment, thank you, that was great. When you changed the Lowell, and not just from the outside, the pictures as it presented in the room that the kids will look out at and the natural light from the windows, can you do it so that you see the view from the inside as well when you change the outside presentation?
Yeah, I think that what we heard as a consensus from the committee was certainly don't want to compromise those views from the inside out. And I think there's certainly a pathway for doing everything that we're talking about on the outside and still making sure we don't compromise that. Because this was always, it was placed here not only to put on display from the outside, but to give this, keep in mind the students are going to have that view out over the lawn from this area, so we certainly want to keep that.
Yeah, just if you change anything, then this alters, if we could just see that from the inside, because
Yep.
I think this is spectacular too, but wouldn't want to change it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Next item on the agenda is the Sustainability Committee update. John Bortz, who's the chairman.
Okay, thank you. We did a report from the Sustainability Subcommittee, which there are copies up here if anyone would like to see those, and they were sent to the committee members. So it's dated June 17th, 2019. So there was a update of kind of the main topics that we have talked about, and I'll do just I won't read through it, but I'll just hit the high points here that we've met 6 times since January. Scott's been at every meeting, has been a major part of the contribution, and we've also had quite a bit of input from the public. Some of the topics we talked about, one of them in particular, we spent some time talking with LEED, the kind of distinctions between verifiable and verified. And Scott actually put together a document that looked at 3 different approaches of what level of LEED verifiability we could achieve and what the costs might be. You know, the second and third approaches, the second approach would be this notion of LEED verifiable, which is where the architect would go through all the process of collecting all the information, do all the modeling, et cetera, that would be needed in order to achieve a particular LEED classification, such as silver or gold. That we estimated at about $200,000, I think, was the cost there. And then the third step, approach 3 would be LEED verified, where you finish and do the kind of paperwork, if you will, to become verified through the LEED process. And that's a smaller cost of estimated around $33,000 for both buildings. We also looked at, early in one of our meetings, a LEED scorecard, and kind of a preliminary look at that indicated that we were kind of on the edge between silver and gold, and that gold would be possible. The architects went through and looked at the various points that could be gained, some that we definitely could get, some that we definitely couldn't get, and then those would be kind of in the possible category. But there seemed to be a strong likelihood of being able to achieve LEED Gold. And then we also looked at net zero. which I think would be more challenging, and Scott can speak more to that. There's, we talked about the photovoltaics, and, you know, the energy efficiencies in the building itself, and that's where the energy modeling comes in, into that process. Those are with respect to the new buildings at the Cuniff and the Hosmer. At the Lowell School, I think the general sense from the committee was, you know, net zero and LEED Gold are not really feasible, since that project includes only an addition and a renovation. It's not new construction. But I think the intent would be to, for the architects in the construction process, to design a building to be as energy efficient as possible. And then, so that was our kind of summary of the meetings we've had. And then the other item we had, which is the next one on the agenda, would be to have a discussion and a vote on a sustainability goal. So we spent a meeting and a half wordsmithing this process, and actually with quite a bit of input from the public that was attending on that. And so the building committee also has a copy of this document, and there are some more copies up here if people would like one. So this is a document that, again, myself, Lori, and Steve are the members of the subcommittee, went through, made some changes to. I actually have a recommended change that we could consider, but this would be a statement on the part of the building committee with respect to our sustainability goals. So how would you like me to
read it?
Want me to read through it?
Yeah,
Okay.
that would, so that everybody can get a sense of it.
This is right here. If you want to, whoever wants to grab one. Yeah. Okay, I will read it. I will say I have a potential change recommended for the very first paragraph, but let me read it the way we voted it and approved it. So the Building for the Future project is first and foremost an important enhancement of the places where our children are learning. As such, educational standards are our priority for this project, as is sustainability. Watertown is a certified green community with recognized leadership in sustainability and renewable energy, both in New England and nationally. Recent achievements include the first solar ordinance in New England, a LEED ordinance, a resolution committing to 100% renewable energy by 2050, plans for a climate action study, and a community electricity aggregation with 50% renewables, second highest in the state. In accordance with the bold steps Watertown has taken, the Watertown School Building Committee recognizes Watertown's substantial commitment to sustainability and believes that sustainability standards meet the long-term goals of the schools and residents of Watertown. Regarding the elementary school buildings, the best method for meeting, measuring, and verifying sustainability at the buildings is to use two well-established and respected industry standards. The first being net zero, to eliminate carbon emissions. Net zero is defined as a building which optimizes energy efficiency and generates clean, renewable energy on site, such that over the course of a year, the energy generated on site is equal to or greater than the total amount of energy consumed on site. And second, LEED certification for all other sustainability issues. This drives design and construction standards and awareness, allowing the project to improve and exceed in building performance across all sustainability categories. In doing so, and based on a preliminary analysis by the architect, a goal of LEED Gold certification is possible. Therefore, for the Hosmer and Cuniff schools, since they are new construction, the committee requests that the designer, owner's project manager, and construction team proceed with these standards within the context of educational programming goals and the financial constraints that exist for the project. If there are difficulties during the design or construction process in meeting these standards, net zero and LEED Gold, the designer and owner's project manager will bring detailed analysis of the issues and present workable solutions to the Sustainability Subcommittee for its considerations and recommendations to the School Building Committee. Solutions might include modifying the design, allocating additional fundings, relaxing the standard, or another possible solution. In the case of LEED silver certification at the minimum will be achieved to ensure highly efficient buildings and demonstrate a strong commitment to town sustainability. Since the Lowell School is only partially new construction, it is not feasible to certify LEED Gold or Net Zero. However, the practices of these methodologies will be used to the greatest extent practical for design and construction of new and renovated spaces. Watertown has made clear its goal of protecting the health, safety, and welfare of its citizens. Net Zero and certified LEED Gold will ensure that as the climate crisis deepens and building codes get increasingly stringent, Watertown will be in good shape, having built its schools for this future. So that's a statement.
Why don't you tell us how you wanted to amend that so that?
Well, okay.
Or you want to wait till the next?
We're on that,
Okay.
basically.
Okay.
He prefaced it by saying,
I move to the next agenda item. Right.
without permission.
Let me say at the outset that we did a lot of wordsmithing on this, and what and Steve and Lori can speak to this, but I think the effort was to try and balance what I think of as three major kind of goals we have here. One is to have buildings that serve our educational purposes and to have sustainable buildings, and we have to do it within a budget. I mean, those are kind of three dynamics going on, and I think we want to kind of respect all of those. And so the question became how you construct language that kind of acknowledges the importance of all three in the context of these educational buildings. So the only kind of reflection that I had at a later point was, after I typed this all up and after we voted, was a change to the very first paragraph in the second sentence, which incorporates language that actually appears later. And it says, and I will add 2 words to it, as such, state-of-the-art, and I would say buildings for. So state-of-the-art buildings for educational programs and services are our priority for this project, comma, to be achieved within the context of sustainability goals and financial constraints. So.
Okay. First, let's get a motion to take this up.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that the school building committee adopts the sustainability goals as developed by the sustainability subcommittee and further amended by John Ports.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, now discussion. Lindsay?
Just a quick comment. Thank you guys for all the work on this. I really appreciate that you guys wordsmithed it for us and everything. It's a really bold and exciting step, I think, for the building committee to take for these schools. So thank you.
Comments from any other members of the, comments from the public? I know you, Brian, and your whole group has been through following this and helping this along, so we appreciate that. I do feel that, Vinnie?
I was just going to say that I am amazed. If you would have asked me 5 years ago, would we even be considering building a net zero school building, I would say that we would be crazy to even propose that. But over the last year, as the design has evolved, it became almost like, why would we not do it? And I just think that both the awareness and what we've done in the community for our environmental goals, but also just sort of the evolution of the technology and the building systems and the materials that are now available to us to build LEED Gold certified buildings that are net zero is amazing, and I think future generations will look back at what we've done here and really be thankful for this decision that we made. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm very happy with this.
John?
Yeah, so I would just say, too, my understanding of how we would proceed from here would be that we're stating that LEED Gold and Net Zero are clearly the goals. If we adopt this, they are the goals for the building committee, and that the requirement would be for the architect and the construction manager and the OPM. If those cannot be achieved, they come back to, start with the sustainability subcommittee, get into the details, but then it's going to come back to this body and say, well, we can't do it for this reason, or if we can do it, but we need to make an adjustment here, or whatever it might be. I think that's the process. So I think we've set those out as goals, and we're going to do everything we absolutely can to try to achieve those.
Yeah. Are there any other comments, Steve?
And I'm sorry, but I just have to qualify that because it's not do everything we can. Because if we did everything we can, then we could compromise the educational programming, or we could spend $1 billion. And you know, again, I just want to reiterate that we will do everything we can, but within the confines of the project and the purpose of the project.
Right. Absolutely, absolutely. I'm sorry, I didn't, yes. I mean, the point is, they're educational buildings, so we want to, sorry, through you, too, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I think I think there's a lot of factors here, but I do think that the committee, if they support this, is making a statement and saying, these are the goals that we are trying to achieve, and if we can't achieve them, given the constraints that have been laid out,
Right.
then you got to come back to us and tell us why.
Right.
So I think that's very clear.
Right.
And I think that I'll agree with what Vinnie said, and we've made some significant, we've passed some significant ordinances and things to reach these types of goals, and I think that most communities would look at us, and I think we're kind of pioneering where we're going and the way everybody should be moving when they're doing these types of things. So I think it's important that we make a statement, but I do agree that, you know, there may be challenges to get there, but as long as we're aware, as we go along from Scott and from Vivian, that we're going to have to deal with them. But I do think it's important that we make the statement, that we try to achieve this, and that's the goal. And if we can't get there, come and tell us why.
Yeah.
So I think it's important that we at least move forward with this, sending a statement to everyone that this is our goal. Any other comments? Leo?
I just have one qualifying question, right? These two elementary schools are different sized. They have different size solar arrays. Our goal, per the net zero definition, is to have each building independently. The goal is to have it produce as much energy as it consumes. Is that correct? Or can it be collective, I guess, between the two?
I think we've been thinking independently, but I don't know whether, I think that's what, Scott, you've been thinking as well, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, the subcommittee always discussed it as being independently, and we've talked about the EUI, Energy Use Index for both buildings. We've talked about, based on the energy model, the BTU that would be generated yearly on each building, and we've talked about the necessary photovoltaic array in terms of kilowatts to offset that. So we've always talked about them sort of independently.
Thanks.
Are there any other comments? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Unanimous vote. Thank you. Thank you to the Sustainability Committee. Thank you to everybody that's been coming to all these meetings, and we'll move from there. Brian? Yes.
Sorry, I think there was a comment also. A woman had her hand up as well. I just didn't know if you saw it.
I didn't see her hand. I'm sorry, but now I'll recognize Brian first, and then Ernesta.
I was just going to say, sorry, against Brian Hayweisen. I just wanted to say that, yes. I just wanted to say that I did have some concerns about the original language in the resolution, but based upon what I've heard tonight, I heard a very strong commitment to the two goals of net zero and LEED Gold, with the understanding that if there's an issue that the architect or any of the construction manager will come back and explain why it can't be attained. But based upon what I heard tonight, I'm very pleased with what I've heard and very hopeful that we can actually get to where we need to go. So I wanted to thank you to the Sustainability Committee, Subcommittee, and to the larger Building Committee for your commitment to this, your continued support for these very important initiatives for not just the educational aspects, but the overall town's commitment to sustainability. So I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you. Ernesta? Sorry I didn't see your hand before.
Yeah, sorry, I thought there would be public comment before the vote, but no.
I did ask for public comment, then nobody raised their hand.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I had. So I'm Ernesta Krechkevich, 77 Riverside Street, and I've been very excited watching this whole process, and very excited that the town decided that sustainability was a goal for the schools, and that we would be building 2 new schools so that we could get zero net energy. I'm a little worried. I mean, I'm mostly secure in what you've said tonight, but I would have preferred that we did not talk about the goals within the financial constraints. Right at the beginning, you're kind of saying, well, you know, maybe we can't get there. And some of the comments about, well, maybe zero net energy isn't feasible. If we could have it as a strongly stated goal, I mean, we always know that if you run out of money, then you have to go and look at it and come back and discuss what the trade-offs will be. So I just hope that within the financial constraints does not, from the beginning, give the message that, okay, this isn't a real commitment. So I'm hoping that commitment stays there, because this is something we really need to do, and at the state level, the building standards are, from what I understand, moving towards requiring zero net energy for all new such buildings. So we will need to do this kind of thing. So
Thank you.
thank you, and I hope it stays a commitment.
I just want to say, and again, when we started this building committee a year and a half ago, we had 3 renovations and additions. We've come up to a point now where we're able to achieve goals like this that we weren't able to do when we first sat down as a committee. So I think we've come an awful long way, and we started, and I hate to say, we were looking at numbers in the beginning from 80 to 120. Now we're getting 2 new buildings and we're at 170. I don't think that, given all of what's going on, that it's going to come down to, oh, well, we need another $1,000 or $100,000 to make it net zero. I don't think it's going to come to that, but I do, you know, I feel that we've come a long way, and I think that this is achievable. So,
Bravo.
thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Next item on the agenda is review and payment of invoices, and I'm sorry that this was last minute, but,
Want a motion?
yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the invoice for $3,530 for Compass Project Management.
This is the project manager for the high school project.
Second?
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. High school update. Dee Dee?
The most exciting update right now is that the request for services will be advertised for the designer for the high school on June 26th in the Central Register. And we'll also have an ad in the local newspaper, and so that's the next step that we have for the high school.
I will add that at our next meeting, which is going to be on July 11th, we're going to have the owner's project manager come in to go over that design review process. Before we move to schedule, we all got a couple of letters. One was an email from Kelly, who had some concerns, and she wanted them put into the record, which we will do. Just on a couple of them, one is a 149 versus 149A decision. We were kind of waiting till we get to a project manager here, and we're close to doing that. So we will be voting on that very shortly. One of our other concerns was materials, which we've gone over tonight to a certain extent, and we'll continue. Community outreach, which is a problem we had, and I think that once we have our owner's project manager fully on board. We're going to be able to do a better job on that. And general contractor procurement, and we're going to be addressing that as well. So I want to just go over that. And then we all got a letter from the Recreation Department expressing some thoughts about the gyms at these schools. I would venture to say that unless this building committee wants to move in a different direction, that those decisions have already been made. We're basing all of our designs and budgets on what has been presented to date. So I think it's a little bit too late to be changing any of those unless the committee feels that what has been brought up by the Recreation Department needs to be brought up again. So I wanted to just bring those out there. If we have those concerns, we can bring them up. Steve?
If I could just, on that last point, just maybe more for the record than anything, just ask Scott, the capacity of, because one of the points that Peter made was there's all these different people that use the school buildings for all these different purposes. The additional meeting spaces that you have, particularly within the areas that are, you could cordon off from the rest of the building, could maybe not right now, but could you give us a sense of the capacity of all of those combined spaces? Maybe at a future meeting?
Sure.
Because there are substantial spaces in there for a variety, you could be used for a variety of purposes, is my point. Thank you.
Okay, as we said, schedule of next 2 meetings, yes.
Are those documents going to be attached to the minutes, Mark?
Yes, they will. Schedule of the next meeting, July 11th, will be here, and we will be discussing the design review process that the MSBA has laid out. We have another meeting scheduled for July 24th. That's going to be at the high school in the lecture hall. So it's going to be a change of venue, just so everybody is aware. And that will be at 6 p.m. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you.